Hello, hello everybody, we have returned. We are back. Time for some chatting. So I haven't figured out where to place this mic exactly for optimal kind of both the range but also visibility. Probably gonna have to move it around a little bit more. I'll find the location for it eventually. But hey, how's everybody doing? Hope you're good. I am dying of heat. I'm just one step removed from a heat stroke. This weather is killing me. What even is the weather temperature at this point in time? Okay, it's gone up. It's gone down a little bit. Not by much, but it's gone down a little bit. Look at the 31 degrees more or less, but we're like 70% humidity. It's gone down from 38 to now we're looking at 31 and 32 degrees. Big difference, but also I'm still dying at 32 degrees, 31 degrees. And that humidity is, of course, not helping at all. Anywho, gaming news, gaming updates. It's a new day and more news is coming out, and it's of course not good news. PlayStation is basically killing itself slowly and surely. As if the goodwill wasn't burned enough with the PlayStation 5 era, they're doubling down. Yeah. So yeah, basically PlayStation is closing down the PS3 and PS Vita stores in the upcoming months. If you are in the US, you have a little bit more time than everybody else. But for most people, basically, you got like a month or two, 3 months, something like that, give or take, to buy and download whatever it is you want for the PS3 and PS Vita before it's all gone. Bunch of games are only available on those platforms, so if you don't get them now, you will never have access to them ever again. Yay. And on top of that, PlayStation is basically ending physical editions of all of their games. Not that that matters too much in the grand scheme of things, because they basically already neutered almost everything physical, and they put out so few copies you can barely get your hands on them. I just find it funny that they're trying to gaslight people into thinking, oh, it's because people don't buy physical. That's why we're ending the physical run for video games on the PlayStation. Absolutely has nothing to do with the fact that we've basically killed any kind of physical media, support outside of like, just lip service essentially. Like you can't, like I've been going to my local, tech store, retail store, whatever you want to call it, the biggest one in the country, in the city, every couple of, weeks, months, every year for the past 10 years, and you cannot get a physical copy to save your life anywhere. Like it's barren. The only copies you see are basically empty cases with codes, if you're lucky. Most of the time you don't even get that. You have a piece of paper that's put in a locked box just to represent the game, and you basically pay for the game and you get a code at the cashier. So you get not even like physical cases anymore, right? Like that's how barren it is and how difficult it is to get your hands on any kind of physical. But of course, it's my fault that I'm not buying physical. Absolutely my fault. Well, my fault in a general sense, our fault. you can't get your hands on a physical to save your life, but it's our fault that we're not buying physical editions. Yeah, absolutely. Totally my fault. When you don't give me any other choice except digital, it's absolutely my fault for buying digital. And yeah, PS3, PS Vita, say goodbye to those. That was one of the few things that, you know, this PlayStation ecosystem still had going for it. Now that's ended as well. So right now, basically, PlayStation is one of the worst deals you can get for any console. Shy of like Xbox, you know. Okay, it's an exaggeration, I guess. Xbox is technically still the worst, but in most regards, in almost every regard. But like, my point is more like I cannot justify buying or recommending, for that matter, PlayStation to anybody. The PlayStation 5 at this point. You're better off just buying a Switch. A Switch 1 even, not even a Switch 2, just a Switch 1. Even you're better off even with that. Sure, you won't have access to Switch 2 games and some of the newer games, but like just broadly speaking, value-wise, it's miles ahead of PlayStation 5 right now. And the PS5 is probably the worst value console PlayStation has ever had in its entire history, I think, at this point. I don't think any other console was such a bad value for money as the PS5 is currently. Yet they're doubling down. They're removing digital, they're closing down PS3 and Vita, so they're shrinking those ecosystems and closing those down, trying to force you to buy into the PS5. But at the same time, there's almost nothing worth buying a PS5 for. Like, yeah, there are some good games on the PS5, but I would argue people that wanted to buy a PS5 for whatever games are available on the PlayStation have already bought the console at this point, and everybody else simply cannot, in good conscience, justify buying a PS5 at this point. It's getting more expensive instead of cheaper. The games are getting worse overall, quality-wise, like broadly speaking, you know, as a totality of the ecosystem. The value for the ecosystem is getting worse. PS Plus and all of that is getting more expensive. You're paying more and more and more for less and less and less. It's like, who in the right mind would buy a PS5 in our Lord and Savior's year 2026? Like, genuinely, who in the right mind would do that? But yeah, it is what it is. This industry doesn't stop until it burns itself out, so I genuinely don't care enough to be angry at this point. I'm just looking at it, eating my popcorn from the side, and waiting for everything to burn to the ground. Because that's inevitably where we end. Yeah, nothing Nothing interesting aside from those things. Obviously, people are talking about it left and right. Right. A second, cut this. It's better. Give me a sec. I had to dry up my bottle a little bit. Because of the heat, it's like, you know, condensation and all that. There's water everywhere. Can't even have my drink in peace because of this weather. It's insane, man. Okay, yeah, let me just do one more check. But yeah, there's nothing new to discuss besides complaining about the obvious, that Sony's out of touch, Xbox is out of touch, everybody's out of touch. It's honestly surprising how many of these big companies are out of touch with reality and still like trying to convince themselves that they can realistically continue charging more and still getting away with it. When every, like, by every metric, people are spending less on them and more on everything else that isn't so overpriced. I guess I can try and do some auto stuff. Not that one. I mean, this isn't very good, but I'm just gonna put it on auto so that I can drink my drink in peace, and also at the same time pay attention to chat and look up the news and all of that kind of stuff. So we're doing a little bit of AFK grinding on the side while I keep up with things. But yeah, it's a weird state we are in. Had a guy arguing with me that the reason people aren't buying PS5s isn't because of the price. What did he say? What was it? Oh yeah. He was saying that the reason PlayStation is doing so bad is because they put their games on PC. That's the reason. That's the argument that as to why the PS5 is doing poorly in this console generation. That's his takeaway from it. It's not that the console is too expensive. It's not that the value isn't there in terms of, you know, just the ecosystem itself. It's not that the games themselves weren't really that good in the first place to justify buying a PlayStation. No, it's because a few games come to PC 2 years later at full price and then don't even sell that well because, again, most like important PlayStation titles are story-based titles, so they come 2 years later at full price to sell you a story that's basically already been experienced and discussed and spoiled by everybody on the internet 10 times over. Yeah, that is the reason why PlayStation is not doing very well right now. And this is even completely ignoring the fact that, again, the PlayStation, for all intents and purposes, isn't competing with PC. It's really competing with Xbox and Nintendo. And this generation, in particular, the Switch is better valued than PlayStation by a country mile. Like, in 2026, if you want to buy a console, you buy a Switch. Like, the answer cannot be more obvious and more simple. The math just does itself, basically. Like, there is no metric by which you should be buying a PS5 in 2026 over a Nintendo. And sure, you can make the case that some influence is because of them putting their games on PC, right? Like, you can make the case that because they're putting their games on PC, some people don't buy the console and just wait for the game to come to PC. Sure. But if we've seen anything by the sales, is that the people that are waiting are very few. Those are not the, like, they've barely moved copies on PC, 2 years later. Because the people buying those games 2 years after it came out, those people wouldn't have bought the console in the first place. And everybody else that may have bought the console doesn't care because of the price anyway. They would rather not play the game than spend, 3 times as much on the console. It's like people are trying to convince me like, oh, but you could get a PlayStation for like less than $400 PS4 if you bought it like, a year or two ago. And it was just, dude, in the same time frame during the PS4 era, you could get a PS4 for $250. Like, we're not even making same comparisons one-to-one by any stretch. And then some random people will all come in and argue about inflation and shit like that, completely ignoring the realities of the economy itself. Like, your salary has gone up in like the past 5 or so years, especially, well, 6 years, like since the pandemic, right? Give or take. Your salary has gone up maybe in line with the inflation, like 50%. Meanwhile, prices for almost everything has doubled or in some cases upwards of tripled. And it's like, who cares that inflation happened and things are more expensive now? Because my purchasing power hasn't gone up with it, in line with it. Like, sure, my salary is 50% bigger now than it was 6 years ago. And I'm spending twice as much at a baseline compared to before. So I'm still in the negative in terms of purchasing power. And the more you go above 2x, it gets worse and worse and worse. Like, the math just gets worse. And then people are wondering why PS5s aren't selling as well as they could. Well, because you sold your PS5s to the audience that could afford it and that could justify it. The core audience has been covered, and now everybody else, the average customer, cannot afford it. So those extra life cycle consoles, those are not getting sold. Everybody that wanted a PS5 has one at this point. Anybody that could afford a PS5 reliably has one at this point. If you want to sell more copies at this point, the price has to go down, not up. You need to give people a good deal, but that's the thing. Consoles are getting, like, as a deal, they're getting worse, not better. So, like, how are you gonna convince people to spend, what is it at this point? 600, I think. What is PS5 prices? The standard edition starts PS5 standard disc 650. PS5 digital edition 1 tera 600. Okay, let's go for the cheapest one, 600. Your starting point is 600, more than double what a PS4 would cost at this point in time during its life cycle. You could get one for 250 easily. But again, it's twice as much, right? The console costs twice as much. And mind you, this is the digital, it's not the Pro. This is like the old digital, not the Pro, okay? So you're paying twice as much for a console and getting less in terms of just general value. And you don't just have to buy the console. Keep in mind, this is a console ecosystem. You have to buy a subscription just to be able to access, you know, storage, cloud storage for your saves. It's not like on PC, on Steam, where you have your saves, you know, on the store, on the cloud for free, quote unquote, right? It's not like on Steam where you can play multiplayer games online without an extra fee. If you're on console and your game isn't free to play, like Apex or Valorant or those types of games, or, you know, Fortnite, you need a sub just to play online. You want to play Monster Hunter online, you need a sub. You want to play Tekken online, you need a sub. You want to play Street Fighter online, you have to pay a sub. You want to play Ghost of Tsushima multiplayer, you gotta have a sub. It doesn't matter what it is. Destiny 2, you need a sub. You need a PS Plus just to do that. So, and that's at the baseline, at a minimum, $80 a year. So now you're already looking at 680 just to start playing into an ecosystem. You put a game on top of that, and now you're looking at, you know, what is it? Say 580, no, 680, $760 just to start playing on a PS5. And then you look at a Switch 2, at which, again, to be clear, the Switch 2 is overpriced as well, right? We're looking at a Switch 2. Okay, 500 euros / 500 euros, because, you know, dollars, euros, whatever. In Europe, it's the same thing, apparently, even though the purchasing power is of the euro comparatively to the dollar is higher. But yeah, sure, let's just do one-to-one conversions, because greed. $500 / euros to buy into the Switch 2 ecosystem. So that's $100 cheaper baseline. And you get a console that is new for all intents and purposes. It's the start of the Switch 2 life cycle. It's 1 year old versus the PS Pro, which, if rumors are to be believed, the PS6 should be coming in 2 years from now. Well, in 2028, so maybe less than 2 years from now. Who knows exactly when it release? Probably it's gonna be end of 2028, because that's usually when they release it. But like summertime / okay. So in 2 years you got 2 more years out of your PS5, which is overpriced as fuck, right? So you have an old school, a new gen console that's at the end of its life cycle versus a new gen console at the start of its life cycle. You're paying $100 less. And also, if we're talking about the Plus subscription, Nintendo's is only $20. Not that I'm saying that's good, because again, it's free on PC, but like, it's 20 versus 80. So your starting point is 520 versus 760. Sorry, you add the game, right? So you add one game at 80, because that's the standard prices for most everything. You're comparing 760 to 600. You're saving $160 to start playing on a Switch 2 versus starting to play on a PlayStation. And it only gets worse once you look at the higher tier subscriptions, because Nintendo's is like 50 and you get access to all their old games and stuff and emulators for like old consoles. For PlayStation, you're looking at 135 a year to get access to all of those games. No, to get access to like 400 games, a selection of like PS4 era type games and some older and stuff. And if you want the classics, that's 160 a year. It's like there's no world in which buying into a PS5 ecosystem makes sense in 2026. The only way you can justify like playing on a PS5, so to speak, and like buying into that ecosystem is if somebody else buys you the PS5 and gifts it to you. Like if I had somebody gift me the PS5 and I didn't have to think about the fact that it costs, you know, 600 euros at a minimum, right, for a console that's at the end of their life cycle, then sure, I probably could justify it, right? 130, 160 euros for the sub is insane, but at the same time, it's the price of 2 new games, right? So as long as I can, accept that, okay, I'm gonna skip 2 new games this year, then okay, sure, now I have access to 400 something games. I can play whatever the hell I want from their catalog, and maybe justify it that way. Not that most people play old games in the first place, but hey, you're buying a PS5 game to play games from years ago. But sure, let's make that argument. Like that is the only way I could justify a PS5 in today's environment. Yeah, people are basically talking and lamenting the fact that a lot of the games on the PS3 and the Vita will no longer be accessible. Like, I'm not going to talk too much on that particular front because I admit I'm not one to be playing old games in that capacity as much. Like, I'm not going to go now and start buying games for the PS Vita because realistically, I won't play most of them. I will... If I boot up my Vita, I'm going to play the games that I already have and that I already justified purchasing. I'm not really going to start downloading and installing games en masse. It's crazy, man. It is crazy what age we live in. And now we're losing physicals even on PlayStation. So the only console or like even system that still has physicals for the most part at this point is PC. No, sorry, not PC, Nintendo. And even that one's not like ideal half the time because some of those game key cards aren't even like fully on card games. It's just license activation. So even that's not fully physical. It's kind of like 50-50. You have to pay attention to every game to see if it's physical or not physical. But I also find it very, very weird and crazy that people keep saying how like, oh, but nobody buys physical, nobody buys physical. But at the same time, they don't make enough copies for people to even buy physical. And on top of that, you look at every other industry like movies and, you know, music and all the other spaces of entertainment. And physical is still trucking along just fine. Even though, again, it's the same there. Like, most people listen to music digitally nowadays, right? Most people don't buy physical. Most people don't buy movies physically. They just watch digitally or watch on Netflix. But for some reason, in those industries, it makes sense to print physical and sell copies. Only in gaming, it doesn't make sense. It's insane what's happening in this industry. Like, I for one have kind of resigned myself to digital just because, again, I've seen where this is going for so long, and I'm not somebody that's gonna die on a hill, you know, for any one of these topics. But at the same time, it's like you look at these decisions and you see one bad decision made after another, and you're just asking yourself, who thought this was a good idea? It's kind of I just want good news, man, out of gaming. That's why I'm trying to focus as much as possible on like games I like and games I'm looking forward to and games I enjoy. Because it's dude, it's so difficult to stay positive when you see what this industry is doing. Yeah, and meanwhile, Xbox is trying to turn your physical games into digital licenses. I I don't really understand what they're trying to solve with that. Xbox is working on a disc-to-digital feature that will allow players to get digital copies of their physical games. Except not really, because you still need to have the disc to activate it every couple. You know, it's kind of like the Netflix thing where, like, you know, after 30 days or whatever, it's not clear how long, but you will need the disc to validate the copy. So it's kind of just like, it doesn't really do anything in the grand scheme of things. It just lets you play the game without inserting the disc for a week or two, in case you took it out. Okay, cool. It's just the traditional DRM, essentially, of like, insert your disc to validate that you own the copy, and now you can play the game. And mind you, this is right after PlayStation announced, like I said, I forgot the other one. They announced that they're closing down the PS3 and PS Vita stores, but they also announced, was it yesterday, I think, that they're removing like 500 movies from their library, and from everybody's library that purchased those games. Oh, and also about the 100 games. The 100 games is one of those kind of like, on the one hand, it's a good thing. On the one hand, it's a bad thing. Because on the one hand, they're saying they're removing shovelware games, which is good, because those games don't belong on the PlayStation ecosystem. But on the flip side, it's sending, one, the message that you weren't curating your approval process properly, so you were letting shit through. And two, it means you can remove games whenever you want from the store and from people's libraries, just as you are movies. So it's like, even if you're somebody that can kind of sort of see the value in PS5, I don't know how you would see it, but let's, for the sake of the exercise, pretend like you can see the value of a PS5 right now and you decide to purchase one. You still have to think twice about it, because you could have your games removed from your library at any given time. And sure, you can make that same argument for any other console or even PC like Steam and whatnot, but up to this point, at the very least, no other company has the track record of doing that. Nobody has the history of doing that, the precedent of doing that. Only Sony did that. and it's not their first time. So, like, in terms of having access to the fucking shit you bought, Xbox is a better deal than PlayStation, because at the very least you will keep your shit. Nope. Yeah, I guess that's about it in terms of like talking points, in terms of news specifically. Basically, your two options right now for if you want physicals, you go Nintendo. If you just want to have access to your games and preserve them for, you know, later, it's PC with things like GOG and stuff like that. Like, you don't really have much in the way of options. I think I'm gonna end up buying a lot more from GOG going forward as well. Like I bought games on GOG, I just haven't bought that many in the grand scheme of things. Because Steam is more convenient and holistically, you know? It's just there, and yeah. But at this rate, I think I'm gonna start going to GOG a lot more. Hmm. I'm probably gonna start making GOG my platform priority of choice. Like, GOG is actually like a preservation program in that sense, where you can actually have access to a lot of older games. Not just older games, but, you know, older games in particular. That's, you know, the main selling point, I guess, in a lot of different ways. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of things. Yeah, I'm probably gonna start buying more games on GOG. There are already a few of them that I know I kept putting off on buying. But now I feel like it's getting more and more like I can't ignore that. It's not like they don't have new games as well, you know? It's not just old games. You know, you can get Baldur's Gate 3, for instance, as an example, you know? Cyberpunk, Life is Strange, Gothic. More modern. Days Gone, that's a game that's kind of forgotten by a lot of people. Quake, the old ones. The good days. Yakuza Complete series, apparently you can get that one. DRM free. I think it is. Yeah.
守りきれたな。
Starview Valley, Terraria, Grim Dawn. 敵がまだいるみてえだな。気を抜くなよ。早速お出ましたな。近寄られねえように。Van Helsing, Torchlight, Shadows, Dark Lines 2.
敵がまだいるみてえだな。気を抜くなよ。早速お出ましたな。近寄られねえように迎え撃て。敵がまだいるみてえだな。気を抜くなよ。厄介なやつがいるみたいだな。油断すんじゃねえぞ。
Yeah, okay, well. Dude, it's too hot. Honestly, it's way too freaking hot here. I'm dying, slowly dying. Very, very slowly dying here. Mm. What other weapons did we need to upgrade? It was Jita stuff, right? First. Not great, but hey, it's one. Okay. Okay, I need to finish that one. What am I doing afterwards? Yeah, I do need more of these. Probably should be switching my main character, I guess, to something else instead of EO here, but hey. Man, I really wish they announced something new about the game. I want more details. GranBlue fantasy. Anything for news? Okay, there's a new interview potentially. But is this actually new or is just somebody regurgitating things? Yeah, okay, that was the one from 2 weeks ago. Already saw that. So exclusive taking up on the floor to a broader media session. Creative director Tetsuya Fukuhara and Endless Ragnarok director Sanshiro Hidaka fielded questions from outlets across the region. Okay, what players thought the developers? After Relink's launch, the community wasted little time dissecting its systems, finding optimized builds and unintended mechanics that the developers themselves did not fully anticipate. When asked whether players end up teaching the team anything surprising about their own game, Fukuhara has read the answer. The one that sticks out to me is Lancelot's triangle attack. Everyone started using that way more than we expected, which really was surprising. But we knew that we needed to adjust it for Endless Ragnarok. Yeah, so we were talking about it yesterday. Yeah, this is one of the things that probably will get addressed. But the thing is, it's not just Lancelot. But yeah. This kind of discovery is not entirely foreign to the development side. Our developers are already pretty good at breaking the game, so they find a way to find those things as well. Still, seeing the community engage with the game at that level had a direct impact on how Endless Ragnarok was designed and balanced. Solo play, AI companions, and co-op balance. Oh wait, let me do my let me set this up for auto. Okay. The AI companion GranBlue Fantasy Relink earned strong praise for making solo play feel viable and enjoyable, and the team put considerable work into making sure they could keep up with Endless Ragnarok's more complex mechanics. We got a lot of great feedback about the AI control companions in Relink, so we really wanted to continue having stable companions for Endless Ragnarok. So we did a lot of work adjusting them to make sure they could keep up with the new content. The AI will not match a skilled human player in terms of raw damage, but it holds its own in other areas. Fukuhara explained the key difference. Player will use optimized combos and they can continue attacking in an optimized way. The CPU, however, will perform an action or a couple of actions and might have to stop to calculate what to do after that. So players continue with damage the whole time. CPU has higher total damage, but there are gaps where players would perform better. I mean, we already know that. Even now, most AI NPCs don't deal that much damage compared to a player. Like, there's some few exceptions, like with Zeta, when you set her up for the, in the right setup with, the constant pogo with no skills. Like, sure, you can force the AI into a loop where it can deal more damage or more optimized damage, but by and large, a player will always be able to... Like, EO's a great example. We kept talking about this yesterday and the day before that and every other day. It's like, the AI just doesn't know how to play EO effectively, so to speak. By comparison, it's just nowhere near. It just doesn't know how to do that effectively. But at the same time, it's fine because they dodge everything almost, and they rarely get hit, and that's just as valuable, if not more valuable, than raw damage. Because staying alive just means they won't be using up your revive bar. It means you don't have to revive them as much. It means they will be reviving you instead, and just, makes the run reliable. On the defensive side, however, the CPU can sometimes outperform human players who are not yet familiar with the boss's attack patterns. Since the AI is considerably more consistent about dodging and blocking, Hidaka pointed to one specific scenario. If you blind die on the ground, the CPU is actually much faster than real players on noticing that and reviving you. And even while they're reviving you, they're really good at dodging and coming back. Whereas real players might have their own interests besides reviving you. Yep, that just I mentioned it just now, not quite the same, but it's the same vein, right? Like, just by them not dying, they make things more consistent and they don't waste your, revive bar. And they can revive you instead of waiting for another player. 6 new characters and the thinking behind each one. Endless Ragnarok adds 6 new playable characters to the roster, and the reasoning behind each pick was more deliberated than it might appear. Fukuhara was upfront that the selection came down to a mix of factors. It was like a little bit of everything that went into selecting these characters. I think we already saw this question answered in a different one. Like, we know why, Beatrix and Eustace are here. It's because of Zeta and Vasaraga. Magliel and Galanza are very obvious, and then the new two characters were chosen partly for their absence from Fantasy Versus, giving players who primarily know the franchise through its console entries a chance to meet characters they may not have encountered before. Boss design and where the challenge comes. When fans pointed to Lucilius as one of the highlights of Relink and asked what to expect from Endless Ragnarok on that front, Fukuhara explained that the team's philosophy around boss difficulty has shifted. For Relink, especially with Lucilius, you really test your reflexes, so that's sort of where the challenge comes from. However, in the new difficulty tier, there's new mechanics that revolve more around memory, strategy, or seeing visual information and reacting to that information rather than just pure raw instincts. Yeah, this was also answered in another interview. The shift is intentional, making every encounter as demanding as Lucilius would lock a significant portion of the player base out of the content entirely. If we added bosses that were as difficult as Lucilius, it really limits the number of players who can play that content. So we want to create an environment where players can play the story of Endless Ragnarok to the ending without encountering something like Lucilius. That does not mean the ceiling has been lowered. With master traits pushing characters' power to new heights, the expansion does include content that surpasses Lucilius in difficulty for those who seek it out. We prepared some appropriate challenges after the credits roll for the Endless Ragnarok. I mean, that makes sense. It was the same with this game. Like, the base game's easy, and even just the first few difficulty, they're not exactly easy as you get into them for the first time, right? It's only after you really outgear them that, you know, hard and extreme become easy, so to speak. You know, once you have outgear them. So, and we also have unique enemies, enemies unique to the game. One of the more practical questions raised during the session was how new players are supposed to catch up to Endless Ragnarok content without a skip option. Fukuhara confirmed there is no direct shortcut, but pointed to the conflux as the most efficient path. If you really want to get to the Endless Ragnarok content as a completely fresh player, you can just play the conflux multiple times. That's the fastest way to catch up, he said. The mode also provides materials that speed up weapon and character development, and completing it should set players up well for Relink's harder Maniac and Proud difficulty quests. Hidaka added that the backup character system offers another layer of support for newcomers. Players can borrow a fully developed character from another player's roster and bring him into their own party, effectively letting a new player lean on a veteran's progress to clear content more comfortably while building up their own characters. That's cool. I'm gonna have to figure out what character I'm building for other people to make use of. It's probably not gonna be EO. It's probably gonna be some other character. Returning players want to experience the new story sequences added to the base game. Fukuhara recommended continuing from existing save data rather than starting fresh. New sequences added to earlier parts of the game will be triggered automatically when playing from old saves, so there is no risk of missing them. However, if you want to experience them in the perfect chronological order, it would be ideal to replay the game from the start. Which two players coming to the game on the new platform will be starting from scratch regardless. On the topic of the conflicts and minigames, Fukuhara clarified that choosing them over combat encounters carries no meaningful disadvantage. There's not any inherent benefit. One way you can think of it is sometimes the minigames are faster than the battles, so for people looking to clear it faster, that would be one way to do it. But it's mainly for people who like minigames to have a little bit of variety. Mini-bosses, however, do come with higher rewards for players willing to take on the tougher fights. Progression beyond the level cap. For players who max out their characters in Fantasy Relink and are wondering how much further they can go, Hidaka laid out just how much has been added the original level cap of 100 remains, but Master level unlocks on top of that. enabling to access master traits and pushing character power significantly further. Beyond that, new weapons, the Transcendence upgrade system, and additional masteries all stack on top of each other. All the progression elements have been expanded. Even players who reach the very top of the master level system and max out their battle style will still find progression available to them. If you're in the really late game, there's still progression to be had even in the latest stages of the game. The global community and what comes next. Both directors said they do not separate player feedback by country or region, treating the entire player base as a single community. Hidaka observed that the opinions they receive tend to be remarkably consistent regardless of where they come from. The opinions of Japanese players are very similar to the opinions of American players, which are very similar to the opinions of Southeast Asian players, which seem to be similar to the opinions of European players. So our community seems to be pretty unified. Fukuhara also touched on what it means for Cygames to be expanding its presence on the console scene, noting that opportunities to connect with media and players around the world are something the studio is actively embracing. Within Endless Ragnarok, we're expecting even more fans to discover the game, and that's what we're really aiming for. He also expressed how that the new assist mode would help bring in players who might otherwise shy away from action games, giving them a way to join friends in the game. Looking ahead, Fukuhara was measured about what comes next for GranBlue Fantasy Relink. Second expansions on the same scale is not something the team is ready to confirm, but he did not rule it out. Could be another large-scale expansion, could be a full sequel. It just really depends on what happens after we launch the game and see how players react. Hidaka echoed the sentiment, emphasizing that relationship between developer and player community remains central to how the team moves forward. We still have more features to announce, so I can't wait for everyone to get their hands on it, and I can't wait to hear what they have to say. Play the game, give us your feedback, and tell us as much as you want. Yeah, I have feedback. Give us more news. We're a week away, we still have almost nothing to go by. And I'm just counting down the days. I need more info. I need something to, you know, sink my teeth into. It's too silent. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah.
なんとか守りきれたな。よっ。ふふ、それ。よっ。ほっ。よっ。ほっ。やあ。よく向かってきてるみたいだ。なんとしても乗り場を守り抜いてくれ。とんでもねえ数の敵だ。囲まれねえように注意していけ。見てなさい。
Oh.
よっしゃ。
Now you can do your thing.
早速お出ましたな。近寄られねえように迎え撃て。敵がまだいるみてえだな。気を抜くなよ。
I'm probably going to be capping out on some of these materials very soon, but it's fine. I'm going to turn them all into Nicky Nick Knack vouchers, Nicky Nacky vouchers. Bum, ba-dum, bum.
敵がまだいるみてえだな。気を抜くなよ。
Mhm.
出ましたな。近寄られねえように迎え撃て。
Mhm.
敵がまだいるみてえだな。気を抜くなよ。厄介なやつがいるみたいだな。油断すんじゃねえぞ。
Mhm.
見てなさい。このこれでも食ら
So we have Xbox closing down studios and laying people off left and right, and then we have Sony basically pulling slips out of like a anti-consumer hat, so to speak, and making all the decisions that piss people off in a different type of way. It's surely a time we live in. And somehow Nintendo's winning. Even though they're not, like, Nintendo's not, like, perfect either. They're making some stupid things, mistakes here and there as well. But, like, by comparison, they look like saints. It's kind of crazy that that is the reality we're living in, where Nintendo's the good guy. Easy peasy.
なんとか守りきれたな。ふふはっはっそれよっ
I can do 1 or 2 more of these easily.
完璧化できてるみたいだ。なんとしても塗り場を守り抜いてくれ。よし、一旦収まったな。すぐに次が来るぞ。よいしょっと。とんでもねえ数の敵だ。囲まれねえように注意していけ。よし、一旦収まったな。すぐに次が来るぞ。
Okay, the objective is done. Now I can let the AI do its thing for now.
敵がまだいるみてえだな。
Ba-da-bum-ba-bum-ba-bum.
早速お出ましたな。
I really wonder how high they're gonna push the auto assist in terms of difficulty. Like, I would really like it if they push it all the way to Maniac and stuff, so I can just AFK grind Lucilius and shit at this point.
敵がまだいるみてえだな。気を抜くなよ。
I know it sounds silly for some people, that might sound like travesty, but honestly, at this point, all of that content's old anyway. Just getting 2-3 runs in is not gonna make a huge difference for most people in most circumstances.
敵がまだいるみてえだな。気を抜くなよ。
And for the new people, again, it doesn't really matter too much because
やつがいるみたいだな。油断すんじゃねえぞ。
even if you know, not account for the autoplay, you know, with the new masteries, new power, new everything that comes along, you're gonna be so much more powerful as it is that, you know, going back is gonna feel like just when I'm doing Furicane or whatever on extreme, it's like beating it in 20 seconds. Right, with the 2 new difficulties, once you get really high, you're just gonna be plowing through Lucilius and stuff like it's nothing. But I want the new content already. In particular, I want the roguelite mode. That one I really wish to come. I really wish came sooner. I have to wait so long for that update, and it's annoying. Silence. I mean, they're highlighting a lot of stuff for her. Yeah, but that's all for Rising, though. But I'm not interested in Rising now. I'm interested in Relink. That's just a recap, story recap. That's not what I want, though. Damn it. Dang nabbit. I want news. I want updates. I want something new. I threw it too early and now I have to do it again. Okay. Nah, I couldn't. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I was just doing the objective for the heck of it, just to, you know, have something to do while I wait. But this one's on the timer anyway, so you just have to wait it. I'm just doing this while I'm, you know, slowly drinking my cold drink and, you know, trying to live through this heat. But it's finally getting late, slowly, so it's starting to kind of, you know, calm down a little bit. The temperature is not over 30 anymore. I think. Is it? Is it over 30? Probably below 30 now. I think it's yeah, it's finally below 30. %77% humidity. You're killing me, weather. But yeah, I was just cooling down essentially while grinding a little bit of XP for on the side for now. And then once I finish my drink, now I'll, you know, probably do some behemoths and whatnot. But I do appreciate the fact that we have this auto grind kind of system in place. It means I can do two things at once. Drink by drink and gain progress. Efficiency! It's awesome. Ascension Mass trophies for everyone. I basically finished leveling everybody to 100 and then got all their masteries maxed out. The only things that I need to max out for every character at this point is their weapons. I'm trying to max out ideally everything at to like 125 or close to. And then after that, it's upgrading them to 150 and leveling them up. But some of those require a lot of materials, so I kind of don't want to spend too much time on getting all the, you know, upgrade materials for their weapons from 125 to 150. Mainly because, yeah, that would be a lot of grinding for all of the characters. I do have some Damascus ingots, so I can definitely do a few characters, speedrun a few of them. But for the most part, I'm probably just going to try and get everything to 125-ish, and then use the roguelite mode that they add in the expansion to really max everything out to 150. Hey Miki! Hello! How's it going? Suffering? How so? Behemoth with 2 Tuyen is the worst thing that could happen to you. Honestly, I have no idea how Tuyen plays in Behemoth. I don't think any of my friends when we're doing Behemoth played Tuyen. We had Sandalphon, we had me on Lancelot, usually a Rackham. Jumping on each Tuyen. Ah. Yeah, that does sound a little bit annoying. Midget caved and run Lancelot now from, yeah, pretty much. It's just so much. It feels so, you know, I feel so relieved whenever I play Behemoth now with Lancelot. Five SPAs gone in the void. Yep, sounds fun. Sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah, it's just play Lancelot and Behemoth is awesome. It's the best fight in the game. Just spam Y and don't worry about it. Best way to play. People are not happy with Sony. People are angry for having their stuff removed from their libraries. Modern gaming and modern entertainment, boys. We live in a society. And it's 2026. I like Behemoth, but doing with 3 other people that don't have much DPS and they keep dying to all his snacks, and because those people that play and he jump across the map all the time, I think it's one of the worst feelings ever. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, sure, you know, like, if people are really under-geared, but at the same time, you know, you have to do it before you can learn the fight, even to an extent. So it's like, it's inevitable that people will struggle at first. I remember my first Behemoth runs with EO were nightmare. And I realized very quickly that I do not want to deal with Behemoth in that setting, so I leveled Lancelot and geared Lancelot specifically for Behemoth. Like, Behemoth was my breaking point. Quite literally, that was my breaking point. I was all in on EO up until that point. Then I did Behemoth and I was like, nah, fuck this. Fuck that. Fuck that, I'm good. Like, Behemoth is what made me build Lancelot for the dodge build. Had it for beating Behemoth 100 times. Nice. I think I only beat him like a dozen or so times. Not that many times. I'm not really the type to be grinding like infinitely, you know, once I'm done with certain things or I'm satisfied, I just move on. I'm probably gonna do things differently though next time with Ragnarok. I'm definitely gonna be playing a little bit more, grinding a little bit more, but yeah, I don't really grind endlessly. I just want new content to come out. I want new content to come out because I can't. I'm impatient. I'm very impatient at this point. I'm very impatient. I just want new content. Well, that's kind of the thing. Like, Behemoth is a fight that is only really fun to do once everybody knows the fight. It's so chaotic with like the jumps and the enrage timer and everything. Like, if you're actually doing Behemoth, dealing with every mechanic, every phase, every aspect of it, it's not a fun fight. It's only fun when you can either skip phases, you know, like delay phases, things like that, and when people know what they're doing, so they, you know, are prepared for the bullshit when it happens. But at that point, you're basically just playing with people that have the fight on farm, right? And sure, at that point, almost every fight is fun. Like, even Lucilius can be fun when nobody dies and everybody knows what they're doing. The only problem with Behemoth is that it's a bit of a long fight, but other than that, it's not that big of a deal once you either have people with Lancelot if they're not too good at it, or just people that have already mastered the fight. But even that, with the SBA, right, you need to build that up somehow. And if people are not familiar with the fight, and they don't know when and how to attack and all of that kind of stuff, well, they're going to be spending a whole lot of time doing nothing and not building up their SBA properly. Or worse, being dead. So no SBA for you when you're dead.
なんとか守りきれたな。
Yeah, and there's the ads, which can mess with your targeting and your lock-on system. Those are annoying as well. It's another reason why I don't like playing EO there, because of those freaking ads messing with my targeting and everything. When she's up across the map, I try to clean the trash a bit. Yeah, those ads are annoying. But yeah, the other reason why I prefer running Lancelot over anything else, well, over EO in this case, is that I can, like, if I play solo with my EO, Eugen, Rackham, Lancelot team, and I control Lancelot, I pretty much guarantee horn breaks every single one. I just target his head, spam Y, and I'm gonna always be at the front and make sure I'm always hitting the horns. So I'm pretty much always guaranteeing the horn breaks. Because, unfortunately, killing Behemoth isn't necessarily the hard thing. Is breaking his horn that's the hard thing, because you want to break the horn because that's where the good rewards are at. So it's like, yeah, sure, killing him, you'll get it done. But like breaking the horns, that's not very consistent with peeps, with randoms. Because of, you know, how the hit zones work. So you know, you just run Lancelot, you target the head and you start spamming Y and you move around him easily. And you're pretty much always hitting the head. Nice, congrats. Nice. I imagine running for all those chests and crabs was a little bit annoying. But there should be plenty of guides by now that can, you know, help speed things up a little bit. Yeah, that's kind of the annoying part with some of these types of quests, because it's like you want to make sure you get them the first time, because if you do, you come back later, like you know, years later. Now you have to keep looking. At least in this game, it does show you per chapter how many crabs you've gotten, so you can go specifically to the zone and just look that one. But in some games, it's like you have something like, you know, 37 out of 40 crabs, but you don't actually know which zone you cleared. So then you have to start going through every single zone, through every single spawn point, to see which ones you actually missed. I remember I had to do that for I was playing Legends Arceus like 3 weeks ago. And I had to do that at the end for like the spirit tomb spirits, like going through every single zone, every single spawn point, just to see which ones I missed, because I just casually picked them up as I encountered them, and then at the end I have to go around every single area to look around and see, okay, which one did I actually miss. At least this game like shows you on the map when you go, like, okay, this one I don't think, I think it did, right? I'm pretty sure it showed you. No, not violent. After select, yeah. 6 chests, yeah, it tells you, you know, in which zone you have and what. But in other games it doesn't, so you have to go through every single one of these to see which ones is not complete. Through every single node, and God forbid you're not paying attention at one point and then you have to redo it all again because you actually saw something, you actually saw a chest but forgot to actually open it or something. That's the worst feeling. Okay, those are all maxed out. Catalina. Okay, all of her weapons are maxed out. For now, I mean. I'm gonna have to max her. And then Charlotte. Dude, I need so many of these freaking things. I only have 2 centrums. Unbelievable. You started to play, I feel better at the game. Like my perfect dog is more consistent. Yeah, I mean, a lot of gaming is just muscle memory and practice. It's like anything else. At the end of the day, you take a break, you don't do something for a long time, your muscles atrophy, your muscle memory disappears, all of that. It's only natural. And the more you play, the better you get. It's nice to be able to... where am I going? No, not by difficulty. Oh, this is the other one. Revenue medallions. Back then when I played it was worse than now after a while. I mean, it depends obviously what you've played since then. You know, other games can still hone your skills and reaction times, you know, like Monster Hunter and things like that. That can still hone your skills even if you're not actively playing the game. You know? Some level of skill does translate from one game to another. Oh yeah, I remember doing this a lot for money and whatnot. That one's a good one for... This one's pretty good for auto farming as well. If you're looking for money and knickknacks. And this one. You get machine units and high-grade scraps, and these you can turn in for knickknacks. You get Rafale coins, so you can get Refinium, and you can get a little bit of XP as well on the side. It is a pretty decent quest. And you also get a little bit of money just from like the side goals in the process as well. It's a nice all-rounder quest, this one. And it's also on a fixed 4-minute timer. Yeah, getting 4 out of 4 is really annoying and difficult. Yeah, this is pretty decent, repeatable. Please give me news and updates. I wonder when they will start giving us some news, because we are exactly 1 week away now. We are 1 week away from the expansion and we haven't heard anything in a while. Those 4. We're getting closer and closer. The last thing we got was like 2 weeks ago. We got like a story recap video on YouTube. But that's about it. Nothing else.
のやつがいるみたいだな。油断すんじゃねえぞ。
Give us updates, GranBlue, please. I need more news and updates. I need patch notes. I need anything, something to keep me occupied up until then. There's no other game that I'm looking forward to right now, so there's nothing really for me to keep myself busy with until GranBlue Fantasy, Endless Ragnarok comes out. Haven't been this anxious and impatient for a game release in a while, honestly. I'm just like counting down the days, and every day I'm thinking, okay, I have to wait 7 more days. 8 more days, 7 more days, and it's like, come on, come on. Eventually it will come out. Eventually it will come out, and then I will be happy. I will finally be happy. Okay. Finish my drink. I'm actually gonna go refresh a bit, and then I'm gonna go start doing some manual fights and maybe some viewer fights as well. So give me a minute. Okay, I'm back. Dude, I am dying of heat here. One of these days, one of these days. Okay. Fish done, game options. Full assist off. Let's do... a behemoth, I guess, for now. I guess I could create an online session. That's round 1. 1 1 1 1. I'm going to play with a friend that just restarted the game. Oh, okay. Well, good luck for him. If he's just why is he even restarting the game though? If he already has progress going. I mean, I guess to spice things up and switch things up a little bit makes sense. Party, Lancelot. Okay, behemoth. Kinda hoping outfits from their alt units make it into Relink. I have no idea what that is. How did that hit me? On their alt units. I have no idea what that is. I'm not aware of anything outside of this game, to be perfectly honest. Like, I know of the gacha, I know it exists, and I've seen character designs and stuff, like on wikis and whatnot, but like, I really don't know much. Oh, come on, let me hit your face, please, thank you. Okay, no, of course I'm targeting anything except a freaking head. Can you please stop jumping everywhere? Thank you. And break those horns, please. Thank you. Come on, stand still, behemoth. Good. Please stand still for a few seconds, and you really need to hit your horns. Okay, there's the horns dead. Okay, that's another one. One more. Pom, 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 pom. Prominence Supreme. Hmm. Damn it, I died. Freeze. There we go. Definitely on the slower side. Probably need to replace CEO at some point. Something. Also need more damage on Lancy.
終わったみてえだな。いい戦いっぷりだったぜ。
使えそうだ。どれ？使えそう。た。はっ。終わりだ。
We got Lance. We got Death Nails. Terran Plus. Nice. Bum, ba, ba, da, ba, bum, bum.
どうもです。またのお越しを。
ちょっといいですか？
よし、やってやろうぜ。ざっとこんなもん。
よし。
どんなジーンができるのか楽しみですね。
Piri Papo.
シェロちゃん秘蔵のお楽しみ券をご希望ですね。
Interesting, these don't get selected. Mm. Life on the line. Damage cap cascade, damage cap uplift. Not bad. Actually, I probably should check some of these and get rid. But attack stamina, I feel like attack's not very good, right? Very expensive. I mean, 2000 attack does sound good. Stamina. based on your HP. I mean, it doesn't sound too bad. That one can probably go. Mm-hmm. We can hold on to these for now. I think I could probably get this now. Right. No, nothing good. Mm.
仕入れは出し入れが大変でしてぷぷぷぷ
Mhm. Throw, no. That's from that. Frozen overdrive, dodge, maybe. Yeah, some of these spans are higher. Defense.
お楽しみ券を使ってシーンの連戦ができます。すごいすごい。はいはい、お楽しみ券をご所望ですか？
Inside with easy resistance. No, get rid of that one. Fusion damage cap, okay. Yeah, care about that one. More of these. More of these. Yeah, this is all trash basically. Prowess or master's prowess with stun power. Yeah. Warpath with blight resistance, I guess. Okay. Ampiri-papa. Oh. No. That one as well. Ampiri-papa. Do another Bahamut, I guess. No, not Bahamut, sorry, not Bahamut's Rage.
いかがでしょう。こちらですね。
Behemoth.
どうかご無事で。
One more, I guess. Da, 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 da. Turn around to me, please. Okay, now I'm gonna have to jump. Hit the head again. One more. Dude, I pressed B. I hate you, game. Nice. Good job, Eugen. That's Rakam, nice. Next is EO, perfect. then I'm last.
ここは俺がこれで決着だ。ひらめけディアストロフィズム。
Mhm.
試合遅い。いい連携だ。好調だぜ。甘い。食え。やらなければ問題ない。遅い。頼んだ。外さねえよ。おお、バッチリじゃねえか。頼もしいね。食え。やれ。見えている。任せな。気に畳みかけるぞ。そこだ。食え。試合。そこだ。
Mhm.
本気出してきたってわけね。
注意しながら行くぞ。
Mhm.
逃がさん。
Sit still for a while.
逃すものか。遅い。そこだ。
Never mind. La 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 la. Oh, the horns are broken, right? Can you please stand still? Do 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 bonk. Mm-hmm. Oh my fucking god, I hate this. Can you please come closer down to the bottom? Can you please stand still? No, I guess not. Alright, I did remove their damage caps. I have to put them back on, I forgot. Although surprisingly, we didn't lose that much damage, even with all the damage caps removed. Because Io does most of the damage apparently, and yeah, somehow we went from 6 minutes 30 to 7. Oh, 20 seconds, I guess we lost. I don't know how that happens, but apparently we only lost 20 seconds. 21 seconds. So, or not. We did faster, 6 minutes 10. We did it faster? How? How does that make any sense? How did we beat it faster than before? Hmm. That's weird. Okay, damage caps, I guess. Where's my damage caps? Why can't I see them? Oh. Oh, that makes sense. Yes. There we go. You already have a life on the line from something. From here. Anyway, damage cap. I mean, they're not great in the grand scheme of things, but at least they're better damage caps. Double tycoons. Low profile, I guess. Okay. And then for you. Nimble defense. Or why not? Firm stance, I guess. Why not? Double firm stance for you, I guess. And then... why not an improved healing, I guess. Although I feel like I probably should be... I guess because we had more damage, we had less damage, probably that's why we had better overall SPA gain because we weren't pushing him into the next phase, I guess. Maybe that's why we had a better time now. I guess I'm gonna try it again and see. But that was weird. I'm pretty sure we did that faster. Unless I'm misremembering something. And we did it like 5:50, 5:30 or something instead of 6:30. But I could have sworn it was 6:30. Chill down, boy. At least we calmed him down a little bit. Not much, but something. Let me hit your bloody horns, please. Stand still, please, for more than 2 seconds. I hate how his head is so high up. Stand still, please. Nice. Come on here. Can you please stand still? Let me hit your horns. Now. Calm down, boy. Calm down. Thank you. Thank you again. Appreciate it. One more for the head, please. Please. No. Damn it. Please stand still. I need to hit your head. Dude, how? I literally pressed Y at the same time. Well, before you hit me. But for some reason, it didn't register. Yeah, wasting my time. How dare you? Why are you even using your SBA on, you idiot? Oh my god, I hate these fucking Arimans. Like, they're the worst part of this fight, by far, because they mess everything up. Of course, I missed it. Because of course. Well, at least the horn's down. Yeah, I wasted so much more time now. Surprisingly, even though we have more damage, we're dealing less damage. Yeah, we were slower. Even though I have more damage now, we were slower. That's so weird. I don't understand it, but okay, sure. That's a thing, I guess. Sky Battles, 500 times. Revive allies 30 times. The only thing I need, yes, that.
任せておけ。武器はお前を裏切らない。
ちょっといいですか？
Let's go grind some more. Bum, ba-da, bum, ba-bum, bum. Only one, seriously? Yeah, the AI is really not good at playing EO, like at all. It's one of the worst. One of the worst AIs. Yeah. At least we got all throwing kills. Gotta max out those weapons. Gotta max out those weapons.
かいのやつがいるみたいだな。油断すんじゃねえぞ。
Yeah. Feels good to stretch a little bit. But the temperature is still insanely high. Do.
なんとか守りきれたな。敵が向かってきてるみたいだ。なんとしても祈り場を守り抜いてくれ。ここらで一休みできそうかな。とんでもねえ数の敵だ。囲まれねえように注意していけ。よし、一旦収まったな。すぐに次が来るぞ。早速お出ましだな。近寄られねえように迎え撃て。敵がまだいるみてえだな。気を抜くなよ。早速お出ましだな。近寄られねえように迎え撃て。敵がまだいるみてえだな。気を抜くなよ。早速お出ましだな。近寄られねえように迎え撃て。
勝ちのすにしてやるよ。こんなのも
なやつがいるみたいだな。油断すんじゃねえぞ。こっちを狙ってる敵がいるぜ。
ここから攻めに転じる。
Bum, ba-dum, bum.
この弾丸にかける。逃げ場はねえぜ。どうしても暗いな。八の巣にしてやるよ。手をくれてやるぜ。ここだ。
Ba-da-da-da, bum.
前段打ち尽くすぜ。頭上注意ってな。
Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum.
なんとか守りきれたな。
Okay. Do I have enough now?
聞くしか。どれを強化するんだ。任せておけ。
Nope, not enough. Just barely not enough. Yeah, okay. More farming.
どうもです。 こちらですね。どうかご無事で。
Okay. Solo right again. Come on, how? I'm not sure how I missed those, but okay. $195. It's okay. It's not the best, but not too bad either. About 80 and about 40, yeah. Sounds about right. That'd be a lot easier if there were 2 people. Not ideal, but okay. I really hate them when they start flying really high up. "203, better, but still not the best." Better, but not the best. Please stop on targeting. Should be, but hey. Next time.
近寄られねえように迎え撃て。敵がまだいるみてえだな。気を抜くなよ。敵が来るぞ。気をつけろ。いい調子だな。このまま押し切ろうぜ。
Please stop targeting next to the mob. Oh my god. I hate how inaccurate this stuff can be sometimes.
どんなもんだ。早速お出ましたな。近寄られねえように迎え撃て。敵はまだまだ残ってるぜ。気合い入れてけ。
How did that miss? I don't understand.
敵がまだいるみてえだな。気を抜くなよ。敵の群れだ。やっつけちまえ。
Of course, it misses constantly. I hate that. That is so frustrating.
救援が来たようだぜ。なんとか助かったな。たよっほっよっはっふふん。それよっ。 私に任せて。敵に囲まれちまった。みんな救援が来るまで耐えるんだ。
With 3 people just staring at the one beholder.
早速お出ましたな。近寄られねえように迎え撃て。敵がまだいるみてえだな。気を抜くなよ。敵が来やがった。いけるか。まだまだ気を抜くなよ。早速お出ましたな。近寄られねえように迎え撃て。 敵がまだいるみてえだな。気を抜くなよ。敵が来るぞ。気をつけろ。
Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Come on. Come on. Oh my god, can you please stop missing? You're literally all right on top. Of course. Going. There's always something that goes wrong. My AoEs aren't killing things. When I use, you know, EO, then when I shoot the gun, it doesn't graze the ones, even though I'm shooting in the same location. The inconsistencies on some of these hitboxes are annoying. Because of dumb terrain. Ba-da-da-da.
話を聞こう。どれを強化するんだ。任せておけ。こんなところか。任せておけ。よし。目指すは最強。任せておけ。成功だ。任せておけ。よし。任せて成功だ。任せてこんなところか。武器はお前を裏切らん。
使いこなしてみせよう。いい輝きを放つようになってきた剣の極みは未だ遠い。咲き誇る花のようにね。情熱的に行きましょう。咲き誇る花のようにね。
強き力は正しき心に宿るであります。身長もちょっと伸びているといいのですが、我が剣よ、その光を持って暗き闇を照らせ。
百連成功。
Okay. Ugly. Alright, we have to finish CAD. That's 2 more characters done. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 character complete out of, I think, 20. 22. So out of 22, I have 9. Need 2 more to be halfway done. Trade.
各所入りようでしたらぜひお役立てください。はいどうぞ。
I don't think that rabbit and medallion is for anything else. Gammas if you want them. Or 2 betas and 2 gammas.
それじゃあ交換もご入り用でバリア証をお持ちいただければふっふっふシェロちゃん秘蔵のお楽しみ券をご希望ですね。 楽しみ券を使って各種銀の連戦ができます。
ピリパポ。
はいはい、お楽しみ券をご所望ですか？またお願いしますね。
あらパパ。Master. Service. Crit chance more than I want the normal attack up I do. That's only 10 crits. That's frustrating. We didn't get what we wanted. We didn't get what we wanted. Still not getting what we wanted. Even Hideo Kojima posted about the PlayStation thing and he's not happy. Dude, everybody hates it. Like, literally, it's like that meme. Like, everybody hated this. I don't want to be a negative Nancy, but at this point, I almost want Sony to fail. I really don't want to think this way, but like, I feel like these companies are not gonna learn their lessons until they literally hit rock bottom. Like, incremental changes and incremental learning and step-by-step learning seems to be foreign concepts to some of these big corporations. The only way they learn is if they basically go out of business entirely. Like, it annoys me to no end. But it really does feel like that's the only way they learn anything. If you hurt their bottom line so bad that they don't have a choice. Oh wait, there was a old tweet. People were just retweeting his old tweet. I didn't pay attention at the date. Yeah. Oh yeah, it was an old tweet. Yeah, okay, that was an older tweet, not the recent one. Kyoto Xanadu is only JP though. That one's not coming to the West anytime soon. have to wait a while longer for that. Mm-hmm. Welcome back. How's your PlayStation? Did you help your friend out? Oh, nice. Ba-dum-bum.
依頼をご覧になりますか？はい、こちらになります。頑張ってください。
I have no idea if there's any matchmaking going on, but hey. If there's any people playing, but hey, I'm gonna try. Yes. Haven't done this in forever. It's probably too late. And it's trying to match me with Europeans most likely. And failing miserably, spectacularly. PC. I'm on PC. On the PC. The personal computer. But this is gonna be much better in a week with cross-platform and also a lot more people. So I was just curious to see if something happens. But unfortunately, nope, nothing. Okay, we got something. I have no idea what, but we got something. Did 4 rooms yesterday with 3 of them locked. There's gonna be more for sure soon. There's gonna be a lot more, and with crossplay, it should be a lot easier to find the rooms as well. I mean, that's something.
依頼をご覧になりますか？こちらですね。はい。今すぐ手続きを。この依頼を受けますか？どうかご無事で。
Yeah, sure. Let's do what Tayutar. Oh. Making this open?
どうもです。こち ではまた。
I don't know when I accidentally switched that on. But that's fine. Ba-da-da-da-da. Big Robo Boy.
さあかかってくれ。ルッコスピーディア。そこだ。遅い。甘いぞ。みんなの力があってこそだ。来るぞ。おかげだぜ。おいよ。慎重に行くぜ。差し込め。甘い。
I was trying to stun him, but I couldn't. Yeah. A little bit slow, but not too slow. Hey, head, nice. Nice with our head. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's do it again. Hmm.
俺が相手になろう。この双剣でここから攻めに転じる。貫く。ここだ。見切れまし。援護する。外さねえよ。ここだ。次も頼むぜ。ダンスロット。承知した。この双剣で北隠し。敵から目を離すな。遅い。了解。
There we go. Much nicer, much cleaner, much faster. Mm-hmm. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-bum-bum. 33 seconds, not bad. Yeah, destroying the head is not exactly easy with Lancelot, but hey. I think it doesn't matter too much because we got most of the rewards that we need from here anyway. I still don't know what this is used for. I feel like I'm just stacking crazy amounts of sulfur, but I don't really know. Didn't pay too close attention, to be honest.
ったぜ。全力でいくぞ。やり。全力で相手してやるぜ。血だらけだ。遅い。まだまだいけるぜ。そこだ。
Quick question, felt people. Single dude died so many times he almost made us lose the fight.
おととい来やがれってんだ。
What fight did you run into the random quest
どれ。
that somebody died that many times?
どれ。使えそうだ。
Oh, Bahama Versa. Yeah, okay, fair, I guess. Especially if they're new and undergeared, doing it for the first time or something. I wouldn't call Versa an easy fight, especially the first time you do it. Once you know what the fight's about, it's pretty easy, but before that, it can be a little bit tricky. He does hit pretty hard. I mean, it is proud difficulty at all. Even if it is just the beginning of proud difficulty.
竜の騎士の力お見せしよう。シュートスピード。賢い。分かった。次も頼むぜ。ダンスロット。承知した。この双剣で期待に応えよう。貫く。やり。加減はいらねえわ。見切れまい。
It's not just that there's not many people doing them, that's probably part of it, but also I feel like even when the game was current, the matchmaking was kind of slow and iffy in some parts. I think it's trying to also match you with people in the same region as you and stuff like that in quick matching. So it just kind of feels not reliable oftentimes. At least that was my impression. Like, even when the game was just, you know, recently out, I was still struggling to find groups sometimes, or it would take a few minutes. Well, I say a few minutes, but like a minute or two or whatever. Just sitting there, you know, no reception. Sometimes I'd have to, it would ask me, you know, if it should look for a room again. Mm-hmm. あや just barely survived. I mean, well, not survive, but slow down, I guess. I like having random boss. Maybe non-ending boss are a bit hard. I think it's kind of nice that you kind of get synced down, so you're not trivializing the fights too much. But yeah. I just hope it's gonna run better once it, you know, we get cross-platform and all that. Because I would like to be doing more randoms as well. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum.
さあかかってくるがいいついてこれ差し込むもらった負けだやりやがるな見切れまいあったらねえよ警戒するんだおいよ慎重に行くぜ見切れまい血だらけだ
Ah. That's bullshit. I interrupted your overdrive. Damn you. Damn you, Talubitar. Ba-ba-da-ba-bum-bum-bum. Dum-da-da-ba-ba-bum-bum. Dum-da-da-ba-ba-bum. Stacking those curios. Nice. Another one bites the dust. One here. Oh, nice. Another head unit. Nice. Doom doom. Yeah, it doesn't work. I did press it in time the first time, but it just didn't register got cancelled. It would be nice if they added like an option where you can just randomly you can either like just randomize stages of a particular difficulty, or another thing would be cool, but I doubt that that's ever gonna happen because it sounds very out there. It's like allow you to make a playlist or like add to favorite stages, kind of like you do with items to the wish list, and then you can just select random favorites. And then, you get to farm things in a rotation or whatever, randomly. I would like to, not have to like constantly think, okay, what do I want to do next? And make Russian roulette. Yeah, exactly. That would be funny. Dude, I'm getting quite lucky with those Tayuitar head pieces, surprisingly. I remember those had pretty bad drop chances. But now I'm kind of getting them almost every other run. I was too early. I was too early with that. It's too early. Yep, too early. See how many new players there are on the game, because doing online is random. I see so many people without the auto skip. The admission animation. Ah, yeah. Yeah, lots of people coming back now, basically. And trying to catch up. It makes sense. It gets people hyped up. I mean, even I'm playing it, even though technically I'm done with all of the content, I'm just doing it to refresh, and remember everything about the game. Yeah, crystals is what I need. But also,
お楽しみ券と引きシェロちゃん秘蔵のお楽しみ券をご希望ですね。またのお越しをお待ちしてます。どうもです。いかがでしょう。
yay, tied to guitar gears. Plus this one. Is there any more axe? What did I need actually? Let me see, because I had a lot of eyes, right? I think I need this searing axe.
いらっしゃい。今だけの限定品もありますよ。いかがでしょう。いいものと交換されましたね。どうです？いい品でしょう。
Fine, yeah. Fine. Oh no, giant beaks is what I need. Technically. And frost beast horns, but I mean you can technically AFK farm with that one. It's when you refight a boss and I realize that you skip the whole phase or two. Yeah, I mean at this point most fights get skipped. Hey, look, Griffin! Big boy. Yeah, okay, nice. Ba-da-ba-ba-bum. See more beats for me, nice. AI Caglios should dethrone AI send-off on honors. I mean, that's gonna happen usually. I feel like, well, it depends on the fight, I guess. But I feel like Cag has an easier time getting the honors than Sandalphon. Oh, come on, sit down. It is kind of sad. Well, how should I put it? It's kind of unfortunate how much grinding you need to do in order to get the character rolling. You know, in terms of, like, it's not just weapons, but you have to level their weapons and get their skills and then put all the sigils, and you get new sigils instead of just replacing your active characters and stuff. And it's just kind of like, I would like to try different characters, but just not possible right now. Getting a Finian, getting Falcons, getting Giant Peaks. Too shabby. Oh, that was fast. I wish he would just go down though, not stay in the air. But I guess it was not meant to be. I mean, 20 seconds, not bad. For this. Doo-doo-doo. Da-na-na-na. Nice. Yo with the crazy damage.
これは使えそうだ。どれ使えそうだ。
Silver Centrum, let's go. Find a good behemoth group. We can beat it in 1 minute. Nice. Nice. Hey, Refinium, nice. I really need to finish Rackham's weapon at some point as well. It's behind on the good stuff. There we go, another one done. 2 Kags, 1 ear, 1 Sandalphone, and Behemoth can't move. Yeah, I can see that. Crowd control for the win. Stop everything in its tracks. Come on. Thank you. Slow, EO, slow. You need to charge faster, please. Make use of your fast cast, please. That's why you have those sigils. Use them.
うまくいったみてえだな。次もこの調子で行こうぜ。
それは使えそうだ。はっはったったっ
54, which is more than 19. Ba-ba-da-bum.
さあかかってくるがいい。さすがだ。ついてこれるか。そこだ。逃がさん。
There we go.
終わったみてえだな。いい戦いっぷりだったぜ。
Much better. 17 seconds. Nice. 17 seconds. Let's go. Mm-hmm.
白竜騎士団団長ランスロットファイト。ここから攻めに接近。逃す者か。差し込め。押さいてつけ。させるか。
Mm-hmm. Nice.
うまくいったみてえだな。
18 seconds. Still good. Sub 20.
使えそうだ。
Sub 20. I know what's wrong with my voice today. Probably need to rest my voice a little bit. Oh well. Pew, pew, pew.
何を重たいはいお楽しみ券をご所望ですか。またお願いしますね。今ならなかなかお目にかかれない一品もあります。お役立てください。どうです？いい品でしょ？はい、どうぞ。
うん
手裏剣と引き換えにジーンの連星シェロちゃん秘密のルートで武器の限界を超えた強化が可能です。
Hmm. Nah, I'm gonna save up on the materials for now. I don't have that many silver centrums as it is, or palladium, so. I would like to awaken every single weapon, to be honest. If they're generous enough with materials, I would like to do all of the weapons. Mm-hmm.
オーダーいただいてオーダースカリー。ププププ。
Mm-hmm.
のお越しをお待ちしてます。高くて美味しいスープなのはどうもです。こちらになります。
Okay, what else? Fine.
はい、今すぐ手続きを。こちらですね。この依頼を受けますか？
Higher.
ね。この依頼を受けますか？いかがでしょう。はい、今すぐ手続きを。この依頼を受けますか？
Let's fight her once, I guess. I fought Maglio solo in a while. I did the duo fight with Galanza. That one's annoying. I'm too lazy at 2 a.m. in the morning, you know?
さあかかってくるがいい。
どこにいらしたのですか？これを飛ばせ。
Hands too, please. And now we have to deal with that. Oh my god. Nice overkill.
狼はお開きですわ。手強い相手だったけど、なんとか勝てたな。かっこよかったぜ。
使えそうだ。どれ。おお。はっ。はっ。はっ。た。く。た。く。し。せい。
Hmm. Okay. Well,
依頼をご覧、こちらになります。
typical.
この依頼を受けますか？
Not this one.
はい、今すぐ手続きを。頑張ってください。
A little bit of auto farming. Need to go FK a little bit. So I'm gonna put this on
敵が向かってきてるみたいだ。
until I
しかも祈り場を
be right back.
これで一休みできそうかな。とんでもねえ数の敵だ。囲まれねえように注意していけ。よし、じゃあここは私が。一休みってところか。まだまだ気を抜くなよ。早速お出ましだな。近寄られねえように迎え撃て。敵がまだいるみてえだな。気を抜くなよ。早速お出ましだな。近寄られねえように迎え撃て。敵がまだいるみてえだな。気を抜くなよ。早速お出ましだな。近寄られねえように迎え撃て。誰か撃つよ。いいんだから。敵がまだいるみてえだな。気を抜くなよ。厄介なやつがいるみたいだな。油断すんじゃねえぞ。
どこでも食らいな。どこ見てやがる。俺が援護する。
行くわよ。これでどう？燃やしちゃうから。最高願い当たって。
八足にしてやるよ。バシッと決めるぜ。こいつを食らいでに行くぜ。ここだ。こいつをし。手置きをくれてやるぜ。
覚悟はいい？燃やしちゃうから。
はいや。逃げ場はねえぜ。そんな。
一気に行くね。
こんなのもあるぜ。
Okay, I'm back. One run.
なんとか守りきれたな。
Dun, 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 dun.
はい、いかがでしょう。この依頼を受けますか。お願いします。
What are these? Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
に囲まれちまった。みんな救援が来るまで耐えるんだ。よっしゃー、どんなもんだ。早速お出ましたな。近寄られねえように迎え撃て。敵がまだいるみてえだな。気を抜くなよ。敵が襲ってくるぞ。準備はいいか。決めるわ。
I hate how they keep skipping, like passing by. It's annoying. It's always just like one or two. My temper helmet runs, I'll stop here for now. Nice when you play with randoms and you have a good rotation. Yeah, it is. When you can, you know, start popping, it's pretty cool. Once you enter in the zone. Oh my god. 220, my new record! Fuck yeah! New record. Ah. New record. Oh, 222 actually. They just didn't display. $222 new record. Eugen has a paralyzed too as well. Eugen has a paralyzed. You know, Lancelot has this slow freeze thingy. It's also very nice. It's just about synchronizing. Yeah, boy. That was nice. 222. New record. For me, at least. Mm-hmm.
話を聞きどれを強化するんだ。ジーンを磨くか。どれ見せてみろ。武器を鍛えるのか。
Stop Charlotte type of stats, right?
任せておけ。こんなところか。
I dropped the World Mental Plus. Oh, nice. That's nice. That's sweet. Caglios, right? Yes.
任せておけ。成功だ。
Ah. It is pretty nice, yeah.
武器はお前を裏切らない。
Mm. All right, masters. Charlotte.
強き力は正しき心に宿るであります。
Mm. All right, Caglios, sure.
錬金術に不可能はない。火は力なりなのだ。
We gotta finish these two. Just every other weapon, I guess. パパ。
限界を超えた武器の強化もふっふっふ。シェロちゃん秘蔵のお楽しみ券をご希望ですね。お楽しみ券を使って各種寺院の連成ができます。はいはい、お楽しみ券をご所望ですか？
Oops. I mean, sure, I got it.
どんな寺院ができるのか楽しみですね。すごい。ふっふっふ。シェロちゃん秘蔵のお楽しみ券をご希望ですね。楽しみ券と引き換えに寺院の連成を行いますか？はいはい、お楽しみ券をご所望ですか？
I mean, I don't want 700 of these, but hey.
お楽しみ券を使って各種寺院の連成ができます。これらの品をいただければお楽しみ券をご用意できそうです。どんな寺院ができるのか楽しみですね。すごいすごい。
We're at 113 trans marbles. We got quite a few saved up, accumulated.
冒険で手に入れたトレジャーとアイテムの交換ができちゃいます。毎度どうも。寺院を各種取り揃えております。またのお越しをお待ちしてます。
Do, 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 do. Yes. Alright. Normal attack. Yeah, but I need the crit for EO. Unlucky. I think that's fine for now, though. Wish list. Let me clean up this. Wish list. This. This. Don't need this, so no, just need more. This is all silliest anyway. Honestly, I don't need anything. Clean up the wish list for now. I guess I'm gonna start for the next few days. I'm gonna start stocking up on all playing resources. Kind of been grinding and whatnot, but I think I'm gonna start stockpiling resources across the board from every source. I'm gonna need to stack up on mastery points. Need to stack up crystals, and other than that, ruthenium, we're doing that passively. Ingots we still have, munitions, azurite splendors. Just, yeah, we're gonna start farming and just gathering up more resources. I'm gonna try and cap up on almost everything, so let me just make a list here for next time. So I need what do I need again? 3 points, right? That's the first one. This one goes to 99,000. 99. And then I'm gonna need crystals M and L. 40 crystals, 999. And then what else? Expedition ruthenium. I mean, we're stockpiling those passively. That's all makes us just, yeah, it does. It really does. What else? materials for the most part. I mean, I guess shield fragment could be useful. And extra valiance for that. Hurricane for I guess Rafale coins. I mean, Rafale coins probably should try and get some of those, but I'm spending those actually. Oh, it's one of the other ones with all of the ends. That one's another rocket. Interesting. See what I could kind of don't want to do that solo though. Okay, master points for crystals. Yeah, I guess that's what we're farming in the next few days. Master points, that's pots, 42 crystals. Are doing those. That's about it. Anywho, I think we're gonna call it a day a little bit earlier today than usual. Tomorrow we'll grind some more, and we're counting down the days until hopefully we get some new updates. But yeah, I think I'm gonna end it here for today. We've been going for a few hours, 5-ish, 5.5 hours. It was not too bad, not too shabby. And yeah, tomorrow we'll continue. But yeah, we're probably gonna be farming more pots and stuff, unless people want to join, in which case we can farm some other things. But yeah, my goal for the most part is just to cap up on some materials like 42 crystal masters, all that good jazz, and get some of the things sorted out before the expansion comes out. The more weapons I can level up to 150 now, the less I have to worry about them later. I mean, we did quite a few, but we're not even halfway done. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, guys. If you want to play around with me in some stages and stuff, remember to drop by and we can hang out together. Otherwise, we can just chat. And yeah, I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you for following. Thank you for watching. Thank you for playing. I will see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye. じゃあね。